keeps the rhythm of the walk. And now she'll move into an extended walk, and you can see the whole frame of this horse opening up. And what the judges want to see is the horse taking the contact as far forward as they can, stretching the neck. A good guideline is that the ears are level with the horse's withers, and we want to see them swinging through the back and making an overtrack with their hind legs. And not only that, but also really important is to keep a steady 4-beat rhythm. Here you see the pirouette where they keep walking, a little bit unbalanced towards the end. And I liked the way she maintained the walk for a few strides before she went off directly into the right canter lead. She's coming now onto a serpentine, and the judges are looking again for the clarity of the 3-beat and the rhythm in the canter, the shape of these loops as she comes onto this extra 3rd loop with the flying change, which was a little bit quick off the aid, and the horse lost a little bit of balance. So it wasn't out of the rhythm of the canter before or after that exercise of the actual flying change. Longer strides down that long side in the medium canter. And here we're coming for a mirror image of the serpentine that we've already seen. A lot of these tests are mirror images all the way through to show that the horse is obedient and supple and compliant on each rein equally. Coming up for the flying change. That was smoother, but what we would call a little bit modest. We'd have liked to have seen it with more expression and more flying through the air. Sometimes we might see some that fly through the air too much. Now again, she's going into the extended canter down that long side. She looks very straight. And she makes a good transition back to the collection at P. Turns onto the centre line. And basically a mistake-free test, which I'm sure the Swedish contingent will be very pleased with. A few little mistakes. The first flying change sprung to mind, and a little lack of suppleness through to the contact. But overall, a pleasing result for them. And the mare looks very relaxed as she walks out of the arena there. And I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased with that result. We're seeing some replays now on the television of this test, and they're showing again this rather elegant uphill trot work across the diagonal, and again in the other direction. But there you can see the neck is a little bit tight, but very rhythmic and balanced. Esteban coming in next from Spain. Very international field here. We've 33 competitors and a good number of nations from Europe competing here. This is Nexus, who was 15th at Sopot 3-star, and he was eliminated, unfortunately, this year in Limoulen in a 2-star. So he's coming, actually, unfortunately, with on the back of an elimination from Limoulen at 3-star level, which of course is what this competition is. But he was last at Stragom in 2016, last year, in the 2-star, where he was placed 13th. So he's got experience around this cross-country course. And we've got to remember that this is not a dressage competition. These horses are all-round athletes, and we expect them to come out on the final day on Sunday, ready to do a good show jumping round, be supple and loose. They've already had to be obedient in this phase and to be compliant with their rider, show they're supple And then on Saturday, they'll be going across the country, showing their bravery and boldness. Pretty straight entry. You see the horse has a fly hood on, which he's allowed to compete in, as long as there aren't any little earplugs in the horse's ears to deaden the sound. As he came through that corner, he started a little bit with his quarters to the inside, which may have escaped one or two of the judges' attention because they're in certain positions where they can't see it. And the horse was a little bit quicker there in the change of rein in the medium trot. Some tension in the mouth there. I think I see this horse is wearing one of the Micklem bridles, which has become very popular, which does indicate sometimes that the horse has a little discomfort. I thought the bend to the right was better than the bend to the left in that half pass. Better through that turn at H, and a clear positioning for the shoulder in on those 3 tracks. And that looks a slightly better change of rein there. He didn't look quite so hurried and unbalanced. Shows a pleasing profile on that short side, which of course is the place where the rider can really show off to the judges. Quite pleasing ground cover there. You can see the hind legs are coming out beyond the print left by the front feet. Quite a smooth transition into the walk. And now you want to see the rider just keeping that walk rhythm. You can count to yourself 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and keep that walk through that pirouette, turning around the horse's hind legs with a little bit of bend in the direction that he's going. Here we look for the extension. The rider can open his fingers a little bit, and the horse has beautifully taken the rein forward there. He's marching across that arena and using the whole of his body. Oh dear, a little bit of upset there as the rider just asked him to come back into the medium walk. Another pirouette is going to come up here, shorten the walk a little bit. You could see a little loss of rhythm there as the horse almost sort of didn't actually limp round on his right shoulder, but needed a bit of support from his right shoulder. So we want to see the horse staying in balance and what we call self-carriage. So he's not supporting himself on the rider's hand. Serpentine coming up. Look for that 3-beat canter. Horse looks as though he's getting a little bit ready for this flying change. Esteban will be having to use all his skill to get him to wait for the aid, and unfortunately the horse just was a jump ahead of Esteban and slipped in the flying change with his front legs before the hind leg came through at the same time. So unfortunately it cannot be more than a 4 from the judges for the mark. As a result, I think he played that medium canter down that long side a little bit safely, which is understandable because he's got this mirror image coming up again. But for me, the horse started that Serpentine with a better quality canter. So it'll be interesting to see how he manages with his second flying change. That's better. You can see the right front leg and the right hind leg looked as though they came through at the same time. Now we go for another extension. And as Esteban was coming to collect the horse to finish his extension and come round the final short side of the arena onto the centre line, you could see that the horse's quarters came a little bit to the inside. And that's because he's just not enough in self-carriage. His hind legs had to slip out to the outside because his weight was a little bit too much on his shoulders. Once he's finished his salute and the horse got a little bit excited, the test is over. The judges have finished making their marks. So I don't think for one moment they are going to take any notice of that little bit of excitement that Nexus actually showed. In the wobbling of the horse's nose. There into the extended trot. When the mare is not having to go sideways or open up her paces, she looks more what we would call connected and through. There is a little bit of swinging of the head and neck, but I'm being super critical here because it presents such a good picture. I like to see the mare like this, with this very good front on her, a nice open frame. You don't feel that she's being held together by the rider and compressed into an outline. A little bit of a shortening of the walk there. Oh, whoops, she lost the rhythm. A little reluctant to keep that pair of hind legs walking in that pirouette. And this is a remarkably difficult tour of movements that they have to do now. For these very fit event horses who are going to gallop for their lives on Saturday, to keep this really under control walk, and the balance and the straightness and the change from the medium walk a little bit to the collected walk, to the pirouette, to the extended walk, all these different paces within that walk. It's jolly difficult for these horses, but I love the mare's extended walk. See if she can keep her hind legs moving. That was a little bit better than the first one. Slightly blurred transition, not quite crisp enough and clean enough for the really high marks into the canter there. Well-shaped loops. Ernst Top, who's there at B will be able to see that those loops are the same equal size, which is another requirement of that movement. And roughly down the long side in the extended canter, from H to K, we want to see the horse cover that distance in 12 strides, 12 even, equally balanced lengths of stride. Second time she's clipped the boards. Quite an expressive change there. And was rewarded with a little pat on the neck from Karen. And this is allowed. I mean, you know, these horses are not machines, and they like to know when they've done something correctly. And great confidence that you could do that as a rider. And a lovely couple of transitions there, the changes of pace out of and into that extended canter. I think she'll be pretty pleased with that. And as the horse comes out of the arena, and this will apply to all the horses, there'll be a steward outside who'll be checking the tack, making sure that there's no little earplugs in the ears, as I mentioned earlier, with this fly hoods, that the rider's spurs comply with the rules, that the bridle, the bit, everything is okay and compliant with the rules of the International Equestrian Federation. We see the slow-mo now on the replay. This is where it would have been very nice to have seen a little bit more suppleness, a little bit the horse curved around the rider's leg. We should be getting some scores coming in shortly. We'll be able to update you on those. Well, we have a third grey horse, and this for the host nation, Poland. This is Mariusz Twieniek from Poland with Jusis. He was 15th here last year in the 3-star at Stregom. Dressage mark, I expect he'll be hoping to improve on last year's result. And he's mainly competed this horse in and around Poland. I think he's had it in Marbach and Waregem, but generally he's been at Jaskowa, Babrowska and Stregom and the more national events in the Polish country. So it'll be interesting to see what he can come up with today, and let's hope he can improve on his 61 that he got last year. So he started his test, and you'll notice that there's a very kind steward there replacing the board. One of the requirements is that this test is carried out in an enclosed arena. A little slow to close up into the halt, but he managed to achieve it. It was square, all four legs underneath the horse like table legs, but he got a little bit anxious in the move off. You can tell the horse is struggling a bit here to keep his rhythm. He's a bit excited. Quite a bit of tail swishing and the back getting a little bit tight. And there where he's showing his medium trot, you've got a super shot on the screen where he wasn't able to really make the over track. And you can see that he's not really what we call through into the contact. He's just losing a little bit of rhythm and balance, and he looks a little bit agitated about having to carry out this work. Looks more confident to the right, but then he's started to trail his quarters and leave them behind him. You see, around this short side at the top here, he didn't look always quite level in his steps. I feel this is through tension, not through any veterinary problem. The horses are all given that's really the best bit he's done today so far in the test, that trot across the diagonal. These horses are all examined by a vet and the ground jury to see that they're fit to start the competition. So any little bit of unlevelness or irregularity in his steps are really from tension, not from anything, as I said, that's clinical. He enjoys this bit better than the sideways, I think. A little bit against the hand and came up above the bridle there as he made the transition. And Marius is doing his very best to keep the horse supple and relaxed and working for him on his side. Now the walk. We're struggling a bit here. We want to see a 4-beat walk. Each leg comes to the ground individually in a very clear 4-beat rhythm. And this has a tendency for this horse to come in what we call a pacing walk. So the left front leg and the left hind leg are coming together as the right foreleg and the right hind leg come together. Not all the time, but there isn't this clear 4-beat walk. And as he asks him to come into this shortened walk for the pirouette, it really shows up the irregularity in that pace. And there he lost his quarters, he swung round and pivoted a little bit in the middle. So I'm afraid that walk and pirouette bit is not going to get not going to get the judges very excited. Going to have a few things to write on the sheet there. Much happier now he's moving forward. But Marius was quite cautious on that long side. Gone wrong, which is bad luck. You can see the walk there. You know, he really lost that 4-beat walk. So here we go. He's going to start his pirouette from his serpentine from that end. He tried to start it at C. He should have come down the long side again. I'd like to see him shorten his reins a little bit and get his hand a bit further out in front of him. See, just tendency to pull back. We've had one horse that changed late behind. That horse changed early behind. If you weren't blinking at the moment it happened, his left hind leg just jumped through a little bit in advance of his left foreleg. And so he was anticipating the rider's aids and jumped in a little bit too early with that change, so it didn't come clean. So again, I'm afraid a low mark. So now we've got another shot at it to show that he can equally keep this counter-canter through these serpentine loops. Lovely that the horse is out at the end of the rein and he looks more comfortable on this rein than he did on the other. That flying change was correct in the sequence of the legs, but the horse came above the bit, stuck his head up in the air, and Marius did a good job to get him back under control. So we're looking for these 12 strides down here, and ideally for the horse's hind legs to be going in the same line as the front legs. Didn't quite happen there. Again, a little bit of resistance there in the mouth, and has not been able to stay quite uphill in the whole of the halt. He dropped down below the vertical with his, but dropped down below the position of his pole being the highest point. But anyway, he's completed his test, and the horse looks as though it's still work in progress. And of course at 3-star level you're only two-thirds of the way up the ladder. So he's got further to go to do more work to get qualified for his 4-star competitions. You can see again the steward at A opening the arena as soon as the bell goes for Ralph Koemans from the Netherlands. Very experienced competitor, ridden at European Championship level on this very elegant black mare, Cavalier Chai Chai. I can't tell you anything about the mare's breeding, I'm afraid. They're fairly well on the 3 tracks. And coming into the medium trot, you can see that hind leg overstepping the print left by the horse's front feet. As he turns down the 3/4 line to make that half pass, he's going quite fluently forward into it and then changes quite effortlessly into the half pass to the right. And I like the way this mare is always travelling forward but under control. Another shoulder in here, a little tension in the mouth. And again, really pleasant, that, a very nice balance. It looked quite easy and quite effortless. And one thing that I really am drawn to here is the fact that Rafe's hand is always thinking forward towards the horse's mouth. He doesn't give any impression of pulling the horse's head back towards him. He's riding her out with a pleasing open frame, and this is really what we need to see in the training of these horses for the dressage. Never shut the door in their face. They're by nature an animal of flight and have the feeling that they want to be with you because they want to be with you, not because they have to be with you. In that pirouette or demi-pirouette, could have taken a little bit more weight in the hind legs, swung round a little bit, could have had more control with shorter, higher steps. Not really drawing the contact forward quite as much as I would have liked to have seen for a really good mark, and a little bit tight in her back in that extension. Better in the medium walk, and comes now to the pirouette. And you could see a little bit how that left hind leg, instead of staying under the horse's body, actually stepped away to the outside. Loved the transition to canter. And Ernst Top on the short side will be looking at the quality of the canter and the balance and the rhythm and the shape and size of the loops. He'll be looking for a straightness across that centre line so that they don't knife it at a slight angle and make it easier and cheat a little bit. Very nice flying change there The rhythm and the balance of the canter didn't alter before, during or after the change. And there you could definitely see those transitions. Now watch him come through 90 degrees over that centre line. Little spurt of energy there as the mare came onto the, or off the track, I should say. Watch for the flying change now. Oh, a little bit of a shuffle there. But she has balance. She has acceptance of the contact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 transition. Not one of the better transitions that we've seen on the straight down that long side. And you would have noticed that the mare's quarters were a little bit to the inside, and she's lost a little bit of balance into the halt. But on the whole, a great deal to like, and a very elegant horse. From on commentary position here, and the camera angles I have to say are excellent. We're unable to see the live scoring, so as soon as we have some updates on that, we will bring them forward to you. The bell has gone for our sixth competitor to come in here, who is Prize Cabo, ridden by Tobias Jørgensen from Denmark. This horse is a 14-year-old. It's not a combination that I know. The horse is in the double bridle, which, as I said before, is optional. They can be in the double bridle or they can be in the snaffle bridle. Looks very straight up that centre line. Quite a pleasing balance. And it is compulsory for the riders to take their reins into one hand and make the salute. And they expect the horse to remain immobile and secure in the halt while they do that. I very much liked his presentation and positioning into the shoulder in. It was very clear and very easy. Showed the medium trot. He has to be a little careful that the steps don't get quicker. Quite a fluent bend to the rider's left leg, but then he lost it a little bit as he approached the centre line. Horse looks as though he's physically carrying quite a lot of condition. Again, another shoulder in. Just a bit modest, isn't he, in that over track? He just tends to go a little bit quicker, not actually be able to bring his hind legs underneath and step out into that medium trot. Let's see if he can move on in the extension. So he just gets a little bit quicker. You know, they're basically correct, but they're not going to be scoring, pulling out the 8s and 9s from the judges. Looks very confident in this walk before the pirouette. And Tobias very sensibly just made the walk a little bit shorter and higher, but we'd like to see those hind legs being a little bit more active and taking some more weight while he's in that pirouette and just keeping that walk rhythm. Good relaxation, good purpose. Horse really is marching to the other side of the arena. Tail swinging shows a relaxation in the back. Could drive him a little bit more so that he had the same purpose in this second line. And there you could definitely see that he pivoted on the hind legs rather than actually kept walking. So that can't be really above a 5 maximum. It could confidently go down to a 4. Canter is looking just a little bit laboured and flat. I think I'd love to say to this rider, just ride a little bit more of an active hind leg. Correct flying change, a little bit late to the rider's aid. I got the impression almost that the rider had to ask twice for it, but they do have the option of doing it one horse's length either side of that centre line, which in effect means that they've got an 8-metre range in which to carry out that flying change, so they can get away with a little bit more than they could if they were having to be precisely over the centre line. Little practice there, which they weren't planning to have. So this mark comes off the counter-canter. And you can see he's knifed a little bit across that angle of the centre line. He wasn't just on the 90 degrees to make it a little bit easier for himself. And the change was correct, but it was quite modest. He looks pretty straight from there. We want to see him come back into the better collection to come down the centre line. And I think the horse was getting ready for the halt before Tobias was. But he stood securely in that halt and he's absolutely fine. So that's Proyers Cabot finishing his test there, proudly sporting his Danish flag on his flyhood. Greys are obviously very popular here this week in Stregon. And this is a grey from Switzerland, Evelyn Bodemuller on Waldman. Evelyn's ridden at the World Equestrian Games. And I think I'm right in saying that this combination has already had a 3-star win this season in Ravenna earlier on. So this could be one to watch. Be a change for the horse to come to a nice flat cross-country course here in Stregon. He's probably used to a lot of the Swiss mountains. And here he is beginning his 3-star test for this CCI competition here at Stragon. And hopefully she took her left hand off the rein to salute. Of course, it's optional, whichever hand you wish to take off. Nicely active and forward. Maybe would like to see slightly clearer positioning in the shoulder in. Elegant medium trot. The horse has got good suspension and coming off the ground very nicely in that. Rhythmic, forward and active. We'd like to see again a little bit more suppleness to the rider's inside leg. But of course it's quite a shallow angle that these horses have to perform this half pass. Steps look as though they shorten a little bit into that shoulder in. But fluent and out through the shoulders, good expression in that change of rein. And you can see the horse's hind legs stepping more towards the girth area. And the shoulders are opening up. And he's looking light in the forehand. Transition now to the walk. I love to say to quite a lot of these riders, please get another pair of reins without the martingale stops on them for the dressage. It looks neater, and it also doesn't give the judge quite such a pointer to say, oh yes, he's not really through to an equal contact. Kept the walk steps with the hind legs in that pirouette. And as he came off onto the diagonal line from S, the horse really reached down and super purpose to that walk. Really swinging forward. I'm sure that Eveline could have allowed a little bit more rein, but she knows what she's feeling underneath her. She knows her horse. They're a great partnership together. Keep him walking, keep him walking. Now watch those hind legs. Walk 2, 3, 4, walk 2, 3, 4, walk. That was a pretty neat pirouette. Strike-off could be a little crisper or a little bit more engaged to get the high mark for that strike-off into canter, but not a lot wrong with it. Looks pretty confident in this. Comfortable and relaxed. Watch for the flying change. Late behind. As the horse came off the track onto the across the centre line, he actually leant himself a little bit against the rider's right leg, which then made it quite difficult to get that straightness that was required for that flying change to get the hind leg activated and underneath him. So let's see, he was a little bit more responsive on this rein, that he doesn't just lean on her left leg. Better. Not quite straight in the 90 degrees across the diagonal line, but she got a clean, expressive change. Watch now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As she begins to come back into the collected canter, slightly progressively, but it happened. She made the transition and she got the extended canter. And she looks rather pleased with that, a big smile. Yep, a lovely, lovely test, a lot to like. Very consistent test. Just that one little mistake with the flying change, but otherwise not very much for the judges to pick holes in. You can see how he sort of slightly leans. Oh, they've just come off the replay. But you can see how he's slightly leaning against the rider's right leg there. Now my pronunciation is really going to be put to the test here as we have our first Russian competitor to welcome into the arena here, Maxim Vakin, riding Vasily Rudska. This horse, I believe, has already got a 3-star success at Minsk in Belarus under his girth. I have judged at Minsk in the past. It's a wonderful centre that they've got there. They do have some very brave horses in Russia and Belarus, and it'll be just interesting to see how this horse copes with potentially a step up in the quality required to get a good result at this big international here in Stregon. So best of luck to Maxim and Vasily Rudza. Snaffle bridle. Very elegant trot. Looks to have a good engine, active. Super shot of that shoulder in there. Very light on his feet. And quite uphill. From a personal point of view, I would like to see the horse's nose a little bit further in front of the vertical. Just comes back to a magnet on his chest from time to time. We want to see the horse in self-carriage. Good crossing of the hind legs and the forelegs there in that half pass. Comes in for the second shoulder in. Would like to see slightly more activity from the hind leg, not just totally throwing the front feet out, but I'm being a bit picky here, but an awful lot to like and enjoy. I'd love to be able to see some of the scores that are going up. A little bit tight in the back. See poor Maxim finding it a little bit bouncy. Yeah, I had to reset his hat there. I think it nearly got bounced off. Now there the horse is not tracking up. So he's a little tense in this, some of this walk work. But he's keeping that rhythm with the hind legs pretty well. Remaining remarkably relaxed. Ears are really strongly pricked, aren't they? Oh, you could almost feel that was going to happen, a little loss of rhythm, getting a bit tense. So Maxim needs all his skill to get this horse to relax, which you can see he's not really stretching down. He's not over-tracking. He looks a little bit like an ironing board. So there's quite a lot of marks here that they're not going to be low, but they're not going to be scoring him, you know, on the 7s and 8s. You're just holding your breath thinking, is he going to be able to maintain this walk without losing some rhythm? This is all a bit cautious, isn't it? And a little bit too much crossing over of the forelegs. We'd like to see that walk stay in a clearer rhythm. Bit of stiffness there, and he's not really reached the long side in the first loop, start of the first loop of that counter-canter, which the directives say each loop must go to the long side of the arena. You can see that horse slightly on the shoulder. He wants to use his shoulder a little bit as a crutch. The change was correct. So he's, doing a bit of a wheelie around the corners, being bold down that long side. But is he straight enough for Slavomir at H there? He's the judge who'll be taking responsibility for that straightness. You see there again, he wheeled round, didn't he? He didn't come round in a nice curved way. Quite easy to see his weight is too much onto the shoulders. And sort of whizzed round that corner again. A little bit muddled there. But not just quite got the balance and enough carrying power in the hindquarters. In the canter, he's a little bit open and free. And there you could see his quarters were clearly to the inside. The canter's not the highlight of the test. There were highlights, but the walk and the canter were not the highlights. And so often the walk and the canter go together. But there was a lot to like about the horse. He's obviously got ability and talent. Just quite tense and excited. And I thought he did a good job to keep the horse on his side with some fairly tactful riding. I just overheard that the Swiss horse, Waldmann, was on 46.5, which is quite a good test. I don't know, good mark. I don't know where that actually leaves her in this competition at the moment, but of course it's early days yet. I find this horse personally interesting to watch. I judged him here several years ago in the Polish Young Horse Championships, I think, which is a particularly interesting competition to be involved in. And it's wonderful to see him having come through to 3-star level. It's fantastic. This is a Polish horse representing his country now. He's ridden by Herzberry Sniguki, and I apologize for my pronunciation. It's probably very bad, but it's wonderful to see so many Polish riders coming through at this level. And in a minute, Shy Boy will be coming down the centre line as soon as the judge rings the bell. There we go. And of course the rider can come in off the left rein or the right rein. It's entirely their choice. Some riders like to come in off the rein opposite to the direction that they're going to turn at the C end of the arena. Some like to come in on the horse's stiff side. This is entirely the rider's decision. Just too many trot steps into the halt for a good mark, and Shy Boy did become a little bit shy there, and a little bit anxious. Didn't have the required mobility and stillness in that halt. That's not very clearly on 3 tracks. That was a little bit too much on 4 tracks, which means they don't quite get the bend that the judges want to see. And the horse could take a little bit more weight on his hind legs. His forelegs are a bit heavily loaded. Now the half pass. Really the horse needs to be parallel with the long side, with the shoulders, if anything, a little in advance of the hind quarters. And on both those half passes, Shy Boy started the movement leading with his hind quarters, which is quite a basic but quite common fault, particularly in a younger horse. Gets a bit hurried in his medium trot. Let's see how he gets on in his extended trot. Here we had that loss of balance. He's just finding it a little bit difficult. His weight's coming more and more onto his shoulders, and if you look at him conformationally, he's got a very long hind leg compared with his front legs. So conformationally it's a little bit difficult for him to lighten that forehand and get his hind legs truly underneath him. He did a bit more preparation before that pirouette, which actually did come off in the end. Could have been a little bit more in rhythm with the walk. And he looks a little anxious to get on with it. Here's another horse too, which you'd like to see more relaxed. The strides were okay, the walk was in the correct sequence, which is the basic start, but he looks as though he's holding his body too much and not really confident to step forward into the contact. Kept the rhythm, but just kept dropping on the contact. Very straight down that long side. Shame there isn't a judge sitting at M to say straight and give him some really good points for that. And nicely round the turn onto the centre line. So, a few highlights. Sadly, a few more lowlights. But, you know, he's probably early in his career at this level. And it is quite a big ask for these horses. And as I said earlier, conformationally, I don't think he'll find it very easy in this phase of the competition. So there's more to come with the cross country and the show jumping. So it certainly isn't over yet for him by any stretch of the imagination. So watch out for that horse on Saturday on the cross country. Shy Boy for Poland. Another Polish competitor in now. This is Joanna Pawlak on Fantastic Frida. Joanna's ridden at, I believe, junior level. And I think this mare has competed at 3-star. So we wish her good luck as the bell goes for her test to begin. Now remember, she's got the 45 seconds. There'll be a countdown clock somewhere below the commentary point here. So where the mare got a little bit excited, a little bit tense as she went into canter, Joanna did absolutely the right thing to settle her before she comes in down that centre line. Again, quite a few trot strides before the halt. The better marks are going to come from the horse that can do the direct transitions. And rather sadly, there's still a little loss of confidence in the hand. And unfortunately, has she turned the wrong way? No, I'm not sure why there was the bell from the judge. She did turn the correct way, so I'm not quite sure what happened. Quite unsettled. The rules will be that as I say, I don't understand why she rang the bell. We'll be able to perhaps bring you news of that later. But if the movement has started and you've marked it, they can't be marked twice for the same movement. They have to accept the first mark that the judge gives out. Little unsettling for the rider when this happens. But maybe the judge saw something. My view is completely blocked by the judge's box, so I'm only looking on the monitor. And of course the thing that strikes us all about this is that the mare is not very happy in the contact. And struggling a little bit to make that half pass to the right. And she's not really bent in the correct direction, is she? There's tension all the time in the mouth. But of course this comes under acceptance of the bridle, submission. Hurrying a little bit onto her shoulders in that medium trot. You can see that the trot work when she does the medium and the extended gets a little bit quicker. We want the rhythm to stay the same. If we had somebody sitting in a basement flat under the arena, they wouldn't be able to tell whether they were doing medium trot, collected trot, extended trot, anything, because the rhythm, tempo should remain exactly the same. This mare's a bit keen to get on with the job, isn't she? Whoops. Joanna can't even get her back into a more settled rhythmic walk to prepare her for that pirouette. Mouth's opening. That's coming a little bit better there. She's making pleasing stretch. Not a very exciting over track, but a little bit more relaxed. And that's the most important point, relaxation and regularity. Now she should be in medium walk and a little bit towards the collection before this second pirouette to the right. Watch those hind legs, but they don't really take the weight, do they? She pivoted through her middle bit. See if she'll settle more into the counter work. Of course, event horses spend a lot more time in canter than they do probably in any other pace, and you'll find most horses have a better canter in a lot of cases, because of course this is where the jump comes from. So let's see how this flying change comes off. She's not very clean or crisp, was it? Just a little bit out of sequence, and again against that contact. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Just about, but quite modest. Not a lot of difference. And Ernst Top, who's sitting there with his eagle eye. A B will be picking up on that. And he'll be picking up on the lack of straightness in this canter. And quite a bit of resistance coming in, so she's not maintained the canter in that serpentine. So not only has she not really shown what was asked for, late behind in the flying change, she didn't actually do what was asked for in that serpentine. She was unable to make uneven loops, she was unable to maintain the canter, unable to maintain the correct leading leg. So poor girl will have a pretty low mark on that. And I bet she'll be quite pleased when this is actually over. Anyway, the main thing is she can have a big sigh of relief now. She's here, she's competing here for her country at the International Horse Trials here in Stregon. So that's a great honour and a great achievement in itself. And I'm sure she'll have much more to come in the future with this mare, Fantastic Frida. One of the great delights about this wonderful sport of eventing is that the horses come in all shapes and sizes. And here we see what I assume will be a Swedish warm blood, ridden by this very experienced, talented rider, Linda Algotsson, who has ridden in endless Olympic Games. She's a great depth of knowledge. She can frequently put in a really high-scoring dressage performance. Tiny rider on a big horse, and that horse in the medium trot is covering the ground. Just have that trot that you saw in your mind when she comes to the extension, because the judges will be waiting to see more ground cover and an even more exciting medium trot. Very nice suppleness to the rider's inside leg in both of those half passes, and a really smooth, supple changeover from the left half pass into the right half pass. And all the time the horse really travelling forward. You can see what I said now about the keeping the same rhythm. Whoever's trying to read the newspaper in the flat underneath this arena, in one's imagination, won't know what pace that horse is doing. Well, they know it's doing trot, but they won't know what the trot is, whether it's medium, collected, anything. You can put a metronome there and keep count of that beat of the trot. Transition from trot to walk was very forward thinking. The engine kept running. Again, this nice open frame. By that I mean the horse is not winched in front. Under the horse's throat lash you see a nice open rounded U, not a tight V under the neck there. And you can see the suppleness in the horse's body. The head and neck are moving forward and down in that walk. And that whole movement is being transferred through a supple swinging back. And then she's able to maintain the same rhythm as she shortens the frame just a little bit and closes up those walk strides in preparation for this next pirouette. Not bad at all, not bad. Kept that walk rhythm in the pirouette steps. Okay. Serpentine. Whoa, she wasn't wanting that to happen. But very quietly, very quickly corrected. So we come now for where it should be the flying change, which was clean and correct. Maybe the canter isn't the highest highlight of the paces. Just could have a little bit more jump and spring, which has come there in that medium down the long side. And of course for these 3-star horses, for most of them this is work in progress. And so as the weight transfers back into the horse's hind legs and hind quarters more, the horse will become more uphill in front. Watch for the flying change. Just a little bit tentative and short behind. Quickly shorten her reins a little before she starts this extension. Fairly straight. And it looks as though the left hind leg is a little bit out, but you know, on the whole a really pleasing test. And there you see a Mexican noseband, which we haven't seen before, with the cheek snaffle. Again, you know, one of the snaffle bits that's approved by the FEI, and also the Mexican or the grackle or drop noseband. can see there that the mare is more uphill than some of them that we've seen. Shoulders are really light and the front legs come well up off the ground. So you can expect some quite good scores coming out there. Last competitor before the first break for these judges, and this is another Russian competitor, Alexander Markov, very tall chap on this horse, Kurfürsten. I believe Alexander rode for his country in Rio, and that would have been his first games, and he competed with this horse in Le Moulin in Germany last year. Coming in off the left rein at A. And you shorten the canter to come into a really fairly good halt, but the horse did appear to have his quarter slightly to the right, but no resistance. Needs to make sure he's got that positioning into the shoulder, and we're in a very privileged position here to see that shoulder in, because really he didn't show it, did he? For those of you who are watching on this screen, but quite an elegant medium trot. Horse is uphill. Moving fairly fluently across the arena. Would have liked to have seen a tidier finish to the end of that half pass to the left. And just keep the horse moving forward rather than letting the trot dwell and hover a little bit. We can't so clearly from the commentary position here see the angle. I would love to see the horse allowed out more in the neck. Remember what I said about the last horse, Swedish horse, with that lovely open under neck with a U under the horse's neck. This horse is a little bit showing a tight V under his throat, but he's got certainly extravagant paces. Just would love to see him a little bit more confident in the hand and able to carry his own head so that the rider didn't have to support him with the reins just pulling back a little bit too much for my choice. And this is affecting the quality of the walk with some tension. And bits and pieces are dropping off here, which is a bit disappointing for Alexander. And of course he's stuck between these white boards, can't do very much about it. Just keep on breathing and hope to goodness Kurfürsten relaxes and settles down. The tension in the horse is really creating a lot of problems here. Just keep on breathing and allow your hand forward is all you can possibly hope to do in this situation. Settle down a little bit more here. Hope he doesn't get too excited before this pirouette. He pulled out a remarkably good pirouette from what was going on before it. And the judges will certainly, you know, differentiate between the two. Not difficult for them to do that. Fairly good strike off into the canter. But with this snorting, you can see a little bit of tension. And the underneath of the horse's neck, the baseline, is a little bit too upright out of the horse's chest. We'd like to see it more forward and soft. Coming up for this flying change. Well done. Really out of the rhythmic canter. Landed in the rhythmic canter. So, you know, that'll have been given... Wow, he's off. That'll have given him some decent marks there. I think the horse shot a little bit from underneath him at the start of that. And he wasn't able to maintain the long side in the same canter rhythm. But he did a pretty smooth job of getting it there. Not quite reached the long side. Oh, keep the rhythm of the canter. Keep the rhythm. You can see quite clearly from the screen the rhythm of that canter is chopping and changing a little bit. He's having to prepare him now for the flying change, which was correct but not quite on his aid. But, you know, it happened. And I've got one last. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And that's where he finishes with a transition. And he looks quite well onto the centre line there from our angle. And he's completed his test. The horse seems more relaxed now he's in the halt. And I'm sure that horse, when he's got more confidence, will have a lot to offer. So it'll be one maybe to watch for the future. And let's watch him on Saturday on the cross country, because he looks as though he's got plenty of power and boldness for the sport. So we'll be leaving you for a short break and coming back with the next horse, which is from Sweden, at 14:38, and that will be Yasmin Gabaricio. Sorry, it's not Sweden, Switzerland, my apologies. And the horse is called That's It. So that's it for the moment. Judges will take a well-earned break and tune in again shortly to the dressage here at Stregon.
Pani prezes.
Inside leg a little bit more, so maybe to the half pass to the left than it was to the right. Now she's doing this mirror image that we talked about earlier. Is that a shoulder in, or is it just a little bit straight? Slavomir at the H position will be able to assess that very carefully. That medium trot was just a touch hurried. He went a bit quicker there. The horse is willing, but just needs to take a little bit more of his weight back onto his hind legs, so he gives the impression that he's travelling more uphill, a little bit more like a speedboat. Open in the frame, which is what we like to see. Could have a slightly more direct transition from the trot to the walk. Didn't take quite so long about it. but do like to sort of actually see that the horse takes his time and gets the hind legs stepping more underneath him. But there he just trickled into the walk. He's not really taking, except for the second half of that pirouette, not taking enough weight in his hind legs. He got a little bit wide in the hind legs, and they really didn't. They kept the walk with him going, but they didn't just keep marching, which is what we want to see. And as I said earlier, there's an awful lot of walk in this test for these fit event horses. Love the way the horse is stretching his head and neck forward. Could swing a little bit more through the back, but he's keeping a good regular rhythm and really looks as though he's intending to get to the other side of the arena. Has some purpose to that walk. And you can see there she's shortened the walk steps of the horse, closed up the frame a little bit more into the medium walk before she comes to the second of the pirouettes. And he just wants to step a little bit wider on that first step of the pirouette with his hind leg, not really stepping underneath his body. Pleasing strike off to canter. He's a little bit more uphill in the canter, isn't he? Carrying himself a little bit more proudly. And she's got a good line across that centre line. Watch out for the flying change coming up. He slipped it in. He was a bit cheeky, wasn't he? It just slid through. You do a little bit more expression to it. But it was correct, so it's got to be a minimum of 6. Go on, go for it. Now watch that transition. Does he stay straight? And the canter comes a little bit more underneath her and uphill. She's reached the long side. She's very accurate in these counter-canter serpentine loops. Coming to this second flying change from left to right. A little bit if you blink, you miss them. But hope the judges don't blink. Just needs a bit more expression and lift in this canter. But it's been a fairly secure test, I would say. No major mistakes. And bear in mind, this is only the 3-star level of eventing. So there's room for things to develop. He'll get lighter in his forehand as time goes on. And he looked calm and willing to do the job for the rider. So although he's not going to trouble the leaders particularly, he's not going to be troubling the lot at the bottom. So that's it for That's It and Yasmin. For those of you who were still tuned in during the break, I think you saw some spectacular overhead views of the showground here at Sturgon, thanks to brilliant cameramen here who were done by the drone. And the whole place, I have to say, does look magnificent. So this is a bit of a dress rehearsal for the Europeans, and well worth a visit in August. So if you haven't already booked your tickets and your flights and your hotel, just start thinking about it. As I said before the coffee break, it's really exciting seeing these different stamps of horses in our sport. They come in all shapes and sizes. Very different horse from the last one. Elegant, leggy horse from Czechoslovakia or Czech Republic. Eliska Opravilova on lacing, who already has a little form in 3-star, so won't be a stranger to competing at this level. Had a little look and a peep at the flags and the surroundings here as he came into the halt, but did the job. Just a little bit more neck than body bend. Remember, we want to see that outside foreleg in line with the horse's inside hind leg. And there was a little bit of nodding of the head and neck, which showed he wasn't totally through and supple into the contact, but a very elegant medium trot. Begin to develop a bit more body bend for higher marks. Can you see that little wiggle of the head and the nose from time to time? It's just a little bit of lack of what we call throughness and connection from the hind leg, from the horse's nose to tail. Not more bend in the head and neck. Lovely picture on that short side. Go on, flash it to the judges, and then they'll be in a good mood for this next movement, we hope. Again, still this unsteadiness in the head and neck. But I tell you what I really like, she's using these corners very well. Not so well in that H corner, I spoke too soon. Just keep him a little bit more into the contact. Basically correct, nothing wrong with that. Except that if she didn't have those martingale stops on the reins, that problem with the contact wouldn't be anything like so obvious to the judges. So get a knife and chop them off. Lovely walk. Lovely. Real reach and stretch out. Now she needs to pick him up a little bit. Shorten those steps a little bit shorter and higher. And I like the way he's still out in the frame. Stuck a little bit in that last bit of the stride, and then of course lost a bit of rhythm. So the first pirouette will get a higher mark than the second pirouette. It's looking pretty effortless, isn't it? Pleasing balance. Uh-oh, spoke too soon. He came up against the rider's hand there. Fell a little bit round that loop on the serpentine. Just a bit of a muddle there as the horse sort of slightly knuckled over on his foreleg, which was unfortunate. He could have been smoother and more through. You could see those 12 strides between H and K, which is what we need to get that striding right. You know, this is the beginning of the work for our eventing phase. The horse has to be able to open up in the canter, shorten the stride, close down a little bit, because all the questions that are going to be asked out on the cross country, the rider is going to have to be able to change the direction, the speed and the length of stride of the horse's gallop. And so this is the beginning preparatory work for that job. Quarters a bit to the inside on that final long side of the test for the extension, and a little bit of a loss of balance into the halt. But a lovely horse, lots of ability for the future, seems to have a good attitude and outlook to his work, and I think we might see more improvement in this horse in the future. That second flying change was absolutely lovely, full of expression, and really what we call a flying change, off the ground, and did a really good job. Some fabulous slow-mo photographs here, thank you to the television. Very good to watch on the replay.
Tymczasem wcześniej
You see that how that horse really lifts off the ground and springs from one set of diagonal steps to the other. Well, we're rocking on through this second section, and we're now welcoming the Danish competitor Cecile Eriksen on Calvin into the arena. I don't know whether you're able to hear the public address here, but this horse has competed at 3-star level. A little uncertain in the halt there, but Cecile quickly took advantage of moving off and watched to see if that inside hind leg is in the line of the outside foreleg. That's not bad. And now the medium trot. So there's more ground cover there, more elasticity. The horse has a nice open frame. And she changes the direction to present the horse for the half pass to the right now. There's the other shoulder in to the left. He maintains the same rhythm and pushes himself off on his hind legs. So far, some very secure work. And a clear difference there between the medium trot and the extended trot. There's much more ground cover. A lot to like in this test so far. I hope that's not the curse of the commentator and it all goes wrong in a minute. Regular walk steps. Remember, this is a 4-beat pace. A little bit abrupt there as she just sort of handbrake jammed her for a split second as she went into that pirouette. It was basically correct, but it wasn't as fluent and smooth as we would like to see for the higher marks. I love the relaxation in this horse and the confidence between the horse and the rider. Managed to keep pretty straight there. Quite often when you make this change from the extended walk into the medium towards collected walk, which you need for these pirouettes, the horse can swing the quarters or jog. She's maintained that, but the horse is still walking forward with a purpose. A little bit of loss of balance there, which affected the rhythm. I love his open frame, not all short and jammed up. It's good. A little bit on the forehand in this canter, but as I've said before, we're only on 3-star. Watch the flying change coming up, correct. You can sit here and be quite relaxed and feel, well, I won't say it till the end of the test. Really made a powerful transition into that extension. And you could actually see the transition back again at K. We go now from Denmark to Hungary. Hopefully named horse, My Win. I believe, I think a stallion, ridden by Laszlo Egyet from Hungary. By thoroughbred, I don't know whether the horse is full thoroughbred or not. Obviously has enjoyed his previous visit to Stragum, because I think he was 9th here last year. Again, quite a different type, a different style. The horse not quite so confident in the contact as the last horse that we saw in that shoulder in, but a very pleasing medium trot. And this is the opportunity on that short side to really showcase your horse's outline and profile and put the judges hopefully in a good mood and sort of think, oh, that looks quite nice. And so they're on the right side of the marks as you come into the half pass as a rider until you make a bit of a mess of it. But so far, so good. The horse is crossing his front legs and his hind legs very nicely. He's keeping the rhythm and he's actively forward. I'd just like to see him a little bit softer in the neck. There's a bit of a bulge in his windpipe. And remember that nice open U that we prefer to see under the horse's neck rather than a tight V. This means that the horse is working through his back and into a confident contact if you can get that nice U with the open frame. He's off the floor on his trot. He's got ability, hasn't he? Again, a little lack of confidence in the contact, but positively forward into the walk. A little bit of stiffness there. You can see he's a bit stamping his front feet from time to time, which is not, it's a little bit tension and tightness over the back quite often, and struggling a bit with this contact. But you know, the riders get into this arena and sometimes the horses can take on a completely different personality and there's nothing you can do about it. You sit there and just carry on breathing and hope. Wow, that horse could have a walk, couldn't he? If only he'd take his nose forward. But there's such potential there in that walk. Just again, all the time, your eyes taken to this contact. The walk is in the correct rhythm. It's the correct sequence of the steps. Didn't quite keep the rhythm in that pirouette. Just losing marks by that lack of what we call throughness and connection into that supple contact. Oops. Wasn't meant to do that. Now he's coming up for the flying change that he should do, so having had a little practice, he thought he may have done the first bit wrongly, which obviously he did, but there he was early behind and late in front. So I'm afraid all that little bit of the test is not going to get very good marks. And inevitably that comes off the full marks at the end for the submission and also acceptance of the contact. Now just keep him a little bit round your left leg, and then he's more likely to stay true to that counter-canter. He's kept the canter pretty well. That was better. The quality of the canter really will dictate a lot to the quality of the flying change, or indeed the horse's ability to be able to show it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Transition. Well done. Looks pretty straight from here. And also looks pretty square. Well, happy jockey. And the fact he jogs off doesn't matter. The test is actually finished as the rider halts, salutes, and then when he moves off and jogs, the judges are too busy writing their assessment on the bottom of the sheet. Remember, there's one mark for paces, freedom and regularity. There's another mark for impulsion, suppleness of the back, engagement of the hindquarters. The third mark for suppleness, acceptance of the contact, which this is where he'll be marked down in this, unfortunately. And then for the position of the rider, correct use and effect of the aids. And again, because the horse has made some mistakes, unfortunately the rider can't get a high mark because he's considered to be responsible for the work that his horse has produced. Look at those wonderful overhead shots again. Come and experience it at the Europeans in August for yourselves. Now for Sweden, quite survivor with Hannah Berg. A little bit slower than some of the riders to come in, but remember all these riders are given a very precise time at which to start their test. They can't be pushed into starting their test early. They must start their test not late unless the judges are running late. And remember, once the bell is sounded, they've got this 45 seconds to enter the arena. And there'll be a countdown clock that the rider can see, and there'll also be a countdown clock that the judge has in the box. So she's confidently in the 45 seconds. Canter looks rather nicely off the ground, which is good to see that canter, thinking of the jumping that's to come. A little bit unbalanced into the halt. Quite a good positioning in that shoulder in. Horse just a little bit not in self-carriage, a little bit downhill, and lost some balance in that medium trot, so broke into canter, which is going to lose some marks for them, unfortunately. But you see the horse just looks a little bit more on his shoulders than some of the others. But the rider, Hannah, is presenting the movements in a very clear way and not being hassled by that little mistake in her first medium trot. Would just like to see the horse carrying himself a little bit more in an uphill balance. You can see he looks as though he's just down too much on the shoulders. See if she can get those hind legs underneath him in this extended trot to produce a better quality. Probably not a lot in it. Very forward-thinking transition from the trot to the walk. Oh, no, we've had a complete stop, and this is coming in bits and pieces and not maintaining that 4-beat walk, or even the hind legs weren't moving, were they? They just sort of glued a little bit to the sand. So that is going to be rather a low score. Quite a pleasing reach for the rein. Nose needs to go a little more forward, and the back needs to swing more through some suppleness in the horse's body. See how she manages with this pirouette. Keep him walking, keep your right leg on, keep your right leg on. And again, he didn't do it in little individual pieces as he did the first pirouette, but he did pivot. So again, I'm afraid those walk pirouettes are going to be needing a little bit more practice before her marks pull up for those. Quite like the canter. I think this is his strongest pace. A little more jump would be great. Correct flying change. She could have rewarded him with a little pat there, but maybe she was very confident in that. He looks a bit of a different horse, doesn't he, in his canter work? Took a bit to come back into the transition there. Oh. We've seen about 3 or 4 do that, haven't we, that have just anticipated that on that first loop that they think they're going to throw in the flying change, which gets a bit expensive. Another okay change, just could have been straighter across that 90-degree line for the centre, instead of just knifing it too much. I think I preferred that extension and the transitions to the one on the H side, and she looked as though she made a very good turn onto the centre line, possibly not quite square in the halt, but pretty pleasing. Just that mistake on the pirouettes and on the, oh, she had a few, didn't she? The pirouettes, the first medium trot, the first serpentine, was the first or the second serpentine, made a few mistakes, but you just feel this horse a little bit work in progress, and he's, you know, certainly got potential for that. It's that slightly downhill tendency in the trot, but not so much in the canter. Lovely change there. On that replay. And here we had a little bit slow to come through behind on that second change. I think the judges must be winging through these tests very efficiently, because this group of riders are not coming forward quite so speedily. Experienced rider here from Germany. Marina Karnica from Germany, Let's Dance 73, already had experience at 3-star level, and of course a very experienced rider. He's opting to come in off the right rein. Again, quite an off-the-ground canter. Looks pretty straight. Looks pretty square. Just not the cleanest of move-offs out of the halt. Let's Dance wasn't terribly certain what he needed to do. But you can see what I mean now with the uphill carriage and tendency to come up through the shoulder and push his hind legs underneath his body compared to the last one. That's a lovely fluent half pass just gliding across the arena there. Crossing the hind legs, crossing the forelegs, accurate, rhythmic, and the whole thing looks quite soft. Shoulder into the left, maybe a little bit of head tilting, but still very nice quality steps. Balanced. Watch for this extension because she's made some pretty bold mediums. Yeah, I think possibly more to develop there. Lovely outline and frame. Horse very open. And she's just shortened that walk a little bit to hopefully get a really rather smart pirouette. You can just actually get the horse into a slightly shorter frame, shorter walk steps, but more uphill, keeping that same rhythm. It puts the horse in a situation where he can actually keep that activity and that rhythm through that pirouette. Now really marching forward. Just brings the horse a little bit more together. And you know that those steps remained in that walk rhythm. He slightly anticipated the counter strike off. Personally, I would have liked to have seen her walk out of that pirouette for a few strides before she made the strike off into the counter. May have been her intention. Now let's see how he manages this flying change. Lovely. Lovely. Ears forward, gives the impression of being happy. Very active hind leg, lots of flexion in those joints, the hip, the stifle. Beginning to come much more under the horse's body, stepping towards his girth. There again, lovely flying change out of the canter that she had into the canter that she wanted. The whole thing was in the rhythm. She will have been pulling, I hope, some smart marks out of the judges. You can't see the scoreboard from this position. That looked very straight onto the centre line. and from where I'm sitting, a completely square, balanced halt. Now we're overhearing on the public address, I don't know whether you can, that she's potentially going into the lead with that test. Been pulling out some really good scores from the judges. So it'll be interesting to see what she comes out with at the end of it. But it was a very nice test, lots to like, very easy, and really exciting at this stage in the competition to see this level of dressage that's being put before us today.
Co za dobry początek, zmagań wszechstronnym konkursie konia wyższego przed nimi w sobotę drugi raz i potem próba skoków. Wszystko w tej klasie, w klasie 6 gwiazdek nagrodę Agencji Nieruchomościowej jest kwalifikacja do tegorocznych mistrzostw Europy, a te odbędą się tutaj na Królowej Morawie. Teraz Elmo Janka Risy na koniu dressage.
Now from Finland, we have Elmo Jankari with Duchess Desiree. Confident entry. Quite a lot of thoroughbred blood in this horse. A little against the contact coming into that shoulder in, but then a lovely medium trot across the diagonal. The horse and rider have formed together. Again, another smooth, effortless partnership so far. Very nice half pass and a very supple, fluent change of bend. Just have a little better crossing, but you know, we're seeing some really pleasing dressage here today. Some very confident horses. Horse in the double bridle, remember I said it's optional. Neck may be a little bit tight there, by that I mean a bit short, and back to this V under the neck. But the only person who would have really picked that up is Dr. Top. Terrific ground cover and a very active hind leg. Has to be careful that that nose doesn't creep behind the vertical. Very nicely ridden into the walk there. A very pleasing forward-thinking hand from Elmo. He's got a very shiny hat. You see him stepping wide with that left hind leg. Just not able to keep it under his body and keep that weight over that hind leg, or the hind leg under the weight of the body. Come on, take your nose forward and out. It's curling up a bit too much behind the hand. Better in that walk there, he's not so curled up. And I think a slightly better pirouette. I say that better than the first one, because he kept that walk rhythm. There in that profile as they cross the arena, you see that just tightness in the neck. If you could get it a little bit more out and forward, there wouldn't be so much of a bulge in the under neck. Yeah, he made it. It happened. Just lacked some quality and a real throughness of that hind leg. Like the transition to the canter. Looking pretty comfortable in this. Coming up now for the flying change, which he was a little bit on the left shoulder as he came onto that flying, off the long side to the line of the flying change. So it was a little bit short behind. So the first flying change should be scoring a higher mark than the second flying change. Turning there onto the centre line.
One great test, another great test. What a view you're there.
Yes, lovely, lovely horse. Lots more to come from that, and it will just be interesting to see that on Saturday on the cross. And see how she goes across the ground and her boldness. So the Scandinavian nation's doing really pretty well here, and our next rider who's coming in is from Austria, Catherine Hazarati, riding Flashlight. And I believe that Catherine has had quite an amount of success show jumping internationally as well as eventing, but I think she's now moved to the eventing. I think she's decided that, like many of us, this is her first love. Lovely mare.
European Championship under age, the big one comes to here August.
I believe out of a thoroughbred mare. And Catherine's ridden at the World Equestrian Games in Normandy in that very, very, very wet competition that the French put on. And they're certainly, I don't think, going to have the same conditions here in August in Stragon. She also rode in Blair as a young rider. Balanced. A lot of red trim on the coat, interesting navy coat with brown boots. There you could see the lack of suppleness with the horse not showing really regular steps, and a little bit of nodding in the head in that shoulder in, which will be definitely marked down, unfortunately, because that's a shame. The trot work looks really quite nice. Now, can she keep that throughness and suppleness? A little tendency just to land a bit on the right shoulder, nod down onto that shoulder. And could have better positioning. Again, not able to just maintain that weight on the hind legs and keep them stepping through to take the weight and keep everything supple. Better that way. So shoulder into the left, better marks than the shoulder into the right. Hind leg stepping nicely under the body. Again, you can see a slight tendency not to be able to stay through to the contact in that medium trot. Sorry, extended trot. The rhythm of that walk. Quite a good pirouette. Very elegant mare. I think she's a mare anyway. Could relax more in that extended walk. Take more frame and outline. Catherine may be a little bit apprehensive to let her really reach forward. Needs to keep a little bit more activity in that walk instead of just slowing it. The pirouette came off. And the transition to canter after those 2 or 3 walks, strides, was quite fluent and smooth. Dropping down just a little bit onto the forehand, but rhythmic and looking fairly effortless so far. Okay, just a little bit slow to come through with the left hind leg. That's what I mean about trying to make a flying change, not like one that we had that almost did fly, but just that's to snap through and give a more positive step. It was a little bit laboured. So let's see what she can do this way. Coming up for it, remember it can be a horse's length either side of that centre line, so they've got 8 or 9 metres of leeway to play with, and those are just still a little bit needing development. On the monitor here, the quarters were slightly to the inside, but not badly. And she's lost her quarters in that halt over to the left, so crooked, which was a disappointment for her just at the end. But there's a lot of promise and potential to come in that horse, and I think we'll see more of her in the future. So while the judges are preparing their final marks, Hunter's Chill comes in for Norway, ridden by Anniken Jägersberg. Having a little look at the camera there on the podium. And of course the rules are that the cameras stay in the same position throughout the competition. They can't move them, so that the arena is the same as it is for each horse. Obviously you can't dictate to the weather, but try and make it as fair for everybody as we possibly can. Hunter's Chile, I don't think it's by Chile morning, as many of us might think. William Fox Pitt's ride on that great stallion belonging to Christopher Stone. It's not a horse that I know. Positive entry here. And I think the first horse we've seen today with a breast girth, which of course is allowed. Some of these event horses are a little bit fitter and run up a bit lighter than your pure dressage horses where they're not allowed. So need the breast girth to help to keep the saddle in place. Sometimes a little bit tense through this corner. I'm getting a little off the contact into that shoulder, in which could be a little bit clearer. Of course, at 3-star level, all the trot work is to be ridden sitting, and this horse is quite tense and tight in the back. It would have been quite nice if on her schooling outside she'd been able to ride a little bit more in the rising trot, but she did ride in rising trot outside the arena, trying to relax him, and he's just getting a little bit tight and anxious in his movements here. Of course, there's a lot of atmosphere around this arena. You can see he's coming back a little at the rider, but the positioning of the shoulder in looks rather clearer than it did on the MB line. And can you see on that, you know, I talk about the profile and showcasing the horse on that short side. He's a little above the bit. And she quite cleverly underplayed her medium trot to be able to give more in the extension, because that extension, if we're being truly at the level, was actually a medium trot. But of course, she's got to show differences, and you've got to play to the stronger hand that you've got. Just, he's a bit of a monkey, isn't he, coming up above the bridle all the time. And not just keeping his walk rhythm. But he did in that pirouette not too badly. I think he's like sitting on a little firecracker. Let's see if she can get him to relax more in this extended walk. He needs to be confident enough to take his neck forward and down and swing through his back. Take a deep breath and relax. She's looking a little more settled. Hope she can keep it through this pirouette. Not bad. Lost a little bit of rhythm towards the end of it as he began to anticipate that strike off into canter. But he's just a little above the bit the whole time, not just quite over a soft enough, relaxed top line. Here you can see and hear the tension coming in with a couple of snorts and a bit of a blow coming to the flying change over the centre line. Late behind, and he ran away a little bit from the aid, didn't he? Sort of shot from underneath her, and the foreleg got away before the hind leg came through. A little cautious on that medium canter, and who can blame her? Don't you dare, you little monkey. He just thought he might throw the flying change there. And she was quite clever at the way she just actually said, oh no you don't. He was just a little bit together behind there, and again you could see as he jumped away from her aid. It's not just quite got the balance and the security today in the arena. And I think that Annika's been very patient and very calm in her riding of this horse. Square halt and pretty straight. And I really like the way she's said to him, yes, you can just stand there, get your breath while I give you a pat. Reassured him all's well, and look at him, he's walking out now on a beautiful long rein. Yeah, he's got clean steps there in that pirouette. But you can see in the slow motion he just came above the bridle and didn't come really through from behind. The next horse in is representing Italy. Very experienced rider, Stefano Brecciaroli from, as I say, Italy, based for a long time with Andrew Nicholson in Great Britain. In fact, godfather, I think, to Andrew's son. And this horse, Viscount George, was formerly ridden, produced and ridden by Andrew. I think he's an Irish-bred horse. And he'll have 3-star form, most definitely. And he was formerly owned by Robin and Nicky Salmon of Great Britain, who actually had the wonderful Lord Killingbeck as well. So it's lovely to see the horse here. So Stefano will pick up his canter. Obviously has the intention to come in off the left rein. Rider with plenty of experience. Pretty nice halt. Just slightly stepped back with that near hind leg, the one with the white sock. Let's hope Dr. Top wasn't too hard on that. Very nice positioning for that shoulder in, and held a secure line for it. Fairly active there. Down to the 3/4 line. into that fluent half pass away to the left, change of direction, and the judges mark that change of direction in that second half pass. It's a very clear directive that that's part of that second half pass movement, the change of direction. Travelling forward nicely. Could be a little more uphill for the, super marks, but they can't be taking anything off him yet. And a clear difference shown there between the medium trot and into that bigger, more ground-covering, extended trot. Now can he just close the horse up a little bit before the pirouette? No, he's pretty confident at those. He's learnt his lesson with that one. Didn't look as though it was a problem to him. And again, let him relax. Ears should be really on a level with the withers, which is pretty good there. He could take his nose a bit more forward, but he looks relaxed and swinging through his back. Going away from us there, he looked as though he came well under orders into the medium walk. He kept that walk rhythm in the pirouette. Those few strides of walk before he struck off into the canter. Again, I love seeing the horse with a more open frame, not quite so tight in the neck as one or two that we've seen. And I do feel this is a good trend that's coming forward, possibly set by Charlotte Dujardin and Vallegro. Coming up for the change. Late behind, he changed in front first. It looks as though you'd have a good day's hunting on him. Good ground cover, maybe a little bit tight in the back. He could have been a bit more supple through the body and swinging over the ground for the higher marks. But, he's not doing too much that's wrong. He should be scoring really sort of steady marks here from these three judges. 2 from Poland, 1 from Germany. A bit of a naughty boy there, not really on the aid. 2 of these judges will be officiating here at the Europeans again in August. Ernst Topp will be president. Slavomir Pietrek will be joining him along with Sue Baxter from Great Britain. Again, naughty boy, he stepped back. Did you see it with that near hind leg? But, a lot to like. Shame the changes didn't always come off. But he shouldn't be doing too badly. You could see very clearly that flying change was late behind. The front leg came through before the hind leg, which, it was a couple of 4s being dropped in there, which is going to pull his collectives down just a little bit. And remember, of course, the judges can use 0.5 in these marks, which is a big advantage. They were a harmonious partnership, so you're not going to condemn them too hard. So maybe they'll take 0.5 off the submission marks for the inability to make good changes. Not quite sure who's the warmer of these two, Stefano or Viscount George. The weather here is getting pretty warm, and Stefano's in his very smart uniform, and Viscount George is looking a bit hot and sticky too. Well, we welcome a Lithuanian rider into the arena now. Here's Astis Vikauskas. And again, my apologies for my failure to pronounce these names very fluently. Cafe au lait I can manage, which is the horse. And I'm sorry to say I know nothing of this combination. But it's lovely to see such a wide range of nations here at Stragom. A great credit to Martin Kanaski and his team for putting on these fantastic competitions here at Stragom. Tall horse, tall rider. Looks quite soft and supple in his way of going. Would have liked to see some clearer positioning in the shoulder in there. Quite a pleasing medium trot and a fluent half pass away to the left. Just a little slow to pick up the bend to the right, but in a pleasing balance. Coming up for the second shoulder in, which looks to me to be, as the first one did, a little bit more neck bend and not that uniform bend through the body. That second medium trot came off, maybe a little bit on the shoulders, but kept the rhythm pretty well. Promising ground cover there. I'd like to see the back a little bit more supple. You know, dressage judges are hard to please. They always want more. I love the way he's out to the end of the rein, facing the contact. Quite a big walk. Kept the rhythm of the walk. Just need to keep that left hind leg under the horse's body. Pretty relaxed. Would like to see more lowering of the head and neck there, because I think potentially this horse has a really good mark there to come. But he just doesn't quite always relax through that top line sufficiently for the judges to say, wow. That's quite tight, that pirouette. Good, well done. For the high mark, he needs to be more direct into that canter instead of a little soft shoe shuffle of a trot. A little bit on the shoulders, and the canter was slightly brittle. Just lost a little bit of rhythm. That came off a little bit above the bit, but the sequence was correct. Quite keen to go there. I'm certainly ready to go, not quite so ready to come back. But I think that Astis did a pretty discreet job of covering up a little problem or two there. We've got a better view than the judges at C and H. There again, little problems in this counter. Yeah, a few problems with that change. The horse was quite tense. And the whole thing was set off by that difficulty in the counter-canter. He's a little bit keen in this part of his work. But obviously a pretty capable horse on his day. Whoops, we overshot the centre line a bit there. And so, as a result, didn't maintain the canter and halted a little bit crooked, which took a lot of correction. So that last movement was going to be pretty pricey in terms of his marks. However, he's smiling broadly, so I think he's pretty pleased with the horse. And it's got plenty of ability and potential. Just need to get the horse in a slightly more relaxed frame of mind. Walking out very calmly. One more horse before the coffee break, which is a British rider, but based in Poland now. Done a huge amount for the sport in Britain previous to moving over here. Julian Trevor Roper helped a lot of our riders. This is a horse called Nikos. So Julian is, as I say, a very, in my opinion, underrated trainer. He has a huge amount to offer and has been in the sport for many a year and brought through a lot of good horses through the early stages of their career. Julian will be the last horse before the final break. And once that break, once he's finished, I can run you through the results from the first section. Oh, we got a little bit excited here going past that tent. So remember, he's the 45 seconds. He's time to just calm the horse down. Now Kasia Konarska will be seeing that horse coming down the centre line on 3 tracks with his hindquarters over to the right, which means that he's not going to get a super mark for the straightness. If ever you want to download the FEI dressage sheets, there on the fei.org website. And not only do they give you the tests, but they give you the directive ideas, which gives you an idea as to what the judges are looking for. Could be a little bit more secure in that shoulder in positioning, so the horse stayed the same angle and the same degree of bend. We'd like to see him a bit more parallel with the long side, with a little bit more suppleness to Julian's, in this case, right leg when he's going to the right, the rider's inside leg. So how are we doing on this shoulder in? Looks a little bit better positioned than the one from M. Back a little bit stiff, not always coming through, but there was a difference to see there. Maintained the rhythm, just could develop more lightness of the forehand and ease. little hesitation before the pirouette, but Julian keeping that walk rhythmic. Now he needs to open his fingers and let the horse stretch into the extended walk, take a longer frame, which isn't going to happen at the moment. The horse is looking a little tense, and we're not seeing very much difference other than a little bit more bounciness between the medium walk before the pirouettes and the extended walk. But, you know, he knows what he's got to ride, and if he can't offer it, he's better to keep the rhythm of the walk and have the quality mark down a little bit rather than completely lose the rhythm of that walk. He's been quite cautious here, but that came off. He was very careful with his riding. And you can see a little bit how this horse wants to carry his quarters to the inside. Remember, the engine is in the hind legs of the horse, and by nature there's more like 70% of the horse's weight down through his shoulders, and so his hind legs are pushing that weight down, and they have to go a little bit sideways to keep themselves out of the way, because the front end can't get away fast enough until they're a little bit more advanced in their training. Flying change came off correctly. It was a little bit flat, but it was a clean sequence. Looked as though there was potential ground cover there. Would like to see, and I'm sure Julia would have liked to have seen more of a transition at the end of that medium canter. He's only just actually got everything under orders again. Coming up for another flying change. A little bit lacking in fluency, but very well managed. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 transition, which isn't coming. He's winging around the corner a little bit unbalanced, and as you could have seen quite clearly on the CCTV, he was not quite straight. But he's finished off with a lovely square halt, and the horse, okay, not just quite, you know, at the 3-star level of confidence for balance and self-carriage, but given a very good round there by Julian, and the horse will have gained confidence today in this. Quite an expressive flying change from right to left. I do know that these results will change because we've only got the first group up here from the commentary point. In the lead, before this second tranche of riders began, we had Waldeman, ridden by Evelien Bodenmüller from Switzerland. Then Rafe Koemans from the Netherlands on Cavalier Chai Chai. Karen Donkers from Belgium on Lamisel Aris. Nexus came in 5th place with Esteban Benitez Valle. 6th place came from Krofustin with Alexander Markov from Russia. And in 7th place, Vasily Radza with Maxim Vakin. Fernando Linda Algertsen from Sweden was 8th. And Denmark took 9th place with Praz Cabo and Tobias Jorgensen. Sadly, 10th, 11th and 12th were brought up by the host nation, Shy Boy, Juzis and Fantastic Frida. They were all a little bit overwhelmed, a little bit naughty, but the judges' marks were remarkably level in these placings. The only difference was, I think, that Karin Donkers was Ernst Topp's choice for first place, where Evelyn Bodenmuller was the choice of Slavomir and Kasia, who were the two judges at the end where I'm commentating from, and I have to say I would agree, but the judge at B can very often see a totally different picture. They were pretty well agreed in the second horse, Ralph Coleman's, and the marks have been actually pretty consistent on the whole. So as the team gets underway, straightening up the arena again, keeping everything in such super order, we'll take a breather until 16:16, where we have Peter Tushka from Hungary with Ben Bedigas. So a real spread of nations here in the competition. Nobody's dominating from any particular nation, so it'll be interesting to watch how this competition develops. So we'll welcome you back at 16 minutes past 4.
So the couple sort of run a bit funny, but well, at least 9 or 10 stuff.
Well, as I promised, I brought you some results as we're 2/3 of the way through the class, and we expected changes. In the lead is Let's Dance, Marina Kanaka from Germany. All 3 judges had her in first position. We then went to Elmo Jankeri from Finland with that lovely horse, Duchess Desiree. And then Valdeman, who was in the lead after the first session, held his 3rd place. And Viscount George from Italy went into 4th. The little liver chestnut horse that I liked, just being very consistent, was 5th. And Rolf Coleman's from Holland on Cavador Chachai came 6th, just ahead of Karin Donkers on La Micelle Irish. So Germany, Finland, Switzerland, Italy, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Sweden, Spain. Really good cross-section of riders. Then Jasmine Gambi-Rossio on That's It, followed by the 2 Russian riders, and then Hungary. So how more cosmopolitan can we become? Anyway, for our final session of this CCI 3-star here at Stragon, we now have Peter Tuska from Hungary with Ben Vendigus. So it'll be interesting to see how the rider compares with some of the other horses here in this competition. He's had the signal to start already. So away we go with Peter Tuska for Hungary. Fairly straight entry. Slight loss of the hind quarters, but eventually Ben settles into his halt. Rather tense and not really freely forward. Steps could be just a little bit more open. And in that medium trot, they got a little bit quick and scuttly. We'd love to see them just cover more ground. But of course, this is quite a big atmosphere for these horses, as we've said before. He comes now into the half pass, where he shows some good crossing. But he's almost like a leg yield, and the horse is very straight in his body. And as he turned onto the 3/4 line to take up his, or finished his half pass to the left, and came onto the 3/4 line to begin the half pass to the right, the horse had the quarters in advance of the shoulders. Not quite supple enough or through to the contact, which shows in that rather unsteady head. I think a little bit better quality of steps than the first medium trot. But just, you know, your eye gets drawn to this unsettled contact. Can he allow the horse to open up the frame? Back's a little tight, which you can see Peter's struggling to stay a little bit in the movement with the horse. Head carriage is a little high, and this is just slightly the tension affecting the quality of the walk steps. He's managed quite a reasonable pirouette, just lost a little bit of balance and rhythm, but the bones of it and the basics were really well on the way there. You can see by this horse's ears, he's taking everything in around him. They're like little antennae taking in all his surroundings, and not very happy to just relax and stride out. Tension creeping into this walk. But you know, he's managed to hold it to a degree. He went the wrong way.
Right, half pirouette, not left.
Just thrown him off track a little bit, and so that will be -2. And unfortunately, that pirouette to the right was nothing like such a good quality as his second pirouette to the left. But of course, having the mirror image, he couldn't get away with that one. He's done well to hold the counter-canter there. Horse a little above the bit. See if he can get this flying change nailed. Well, after a fashion, but not just quite where he wanted it, which, if you remember, is one horse's length outside of the centre line, and just it was a little bit of a variation on a theme of a flying change. They were more or less in the correct sequence of the legs, but not on the aids, and very hurried and tense. So he's done well to settle him back into that canter. And you know, when the horse's head comes up and they get a little bit beyond the point of reasonable acceptance of the bit and control, it makes it quite hard to ride them. And have the influence. Now he's getting a bit tense. Well, again, not quite what he got on his main plan. Just pushing on that final centre line into the rider's right leg, struggling to stay straight and upright between the leg and the hand. But he stood still, and now his test is finished. Peter, I think, feels more confident to allow the horse to relax a little bit more. But you can see again, he's looking all over the place, peeping at the tents, at the flags, at the people moving around. But if he's going to compete at this level, he needs to have this exposure. Now then, from Italy, Eleonora Boschi on Hotchkiss McManus. They've been a combination of some years now, competed in Junior Europeans, done quite well in teams. And I believe this horse is by the highly acclaimed German stallion Heraldic. And so it'll be interesting to see what Eleonora and Hotchkiss McManus make of all this. Taking her time there. Quite confident, centre line, square halt. Carefully maintained angle in the shoulder in. Possibly could have been a little bit braver to make it clear. Quite a lot of scope you feel in this horse's paces. He looks as though he's going to have a range, certainly in the trot work, to be able to show some clear differences and elasticity in his paces. A very slight tilt of the head in that shoulder in, just showing a lack of suppleness, but fairly minuscule. I think she held back a little bit in the medium trots, so hopefully, yes, she's opening up more now to show that difference in the extension. I'd love to see the horse work over a slightly softer neck and outline, but it's only at moments that he comes back and up at her. Could have been a little better centred by that. The horse kept travelling forwards with the hind legs a little bit too much in that pirouette. Go on, let him stretch down more. Go on. He's really purposefully walking, but I'd like to see his neck lower a little bit more and the nose come a touch more forward. Closed him up well into the medium walk before that next pirouette. Kept walking. Just could have taken a little bit more weight in the hind legs. Liked the few strides of walk, which was settled before she asked for the strike off into the right canter lead. They certainly look a partnership together, don't they? They've been obviously together a number of years now and grown up and come up through the ranks. So that's really good to see, coming up to the flying change. Yep, pretty well on the centre line and correct. Could be a touch straighter, but efficient. Did what it said on the tin, did what's asked for. There should be some reasonably good marks coming out of the judges for this. If he would just work over that slightly softer top line, another correct change, there would be more marks coming through. Just get drawn to that slight bulge underneath his neck. Quite well onto the centre line. Yep. Very consistent test in that canter work particularly. So she's going to be up there certainly in the first tranche of horses. And as I say, if she could just allow the horse's neck a little bit more open and out in front of her, there'll be an awful lot more to come there. Oh, he started to pivot there a little bit, lost his balance. So I'm afraid that's just going to pull his mark down a bit. The walk's just a touch stilted. It'll probably improve as he can go to the extension. Fairly well relaxed, hasn't got the biggest stride, but he's relaxed, he's stretched forward, taken the contact forward and down. But if nature hasn't given him a big walk, there's not a lot that the rider can do about it. That's a better walk. Better than the first one in front of the judges here at the C end. Oh dear, slightly anticipated the wrong movement there. So that messed up that pirouette touch. And this will be an interesting one as to whether or not the judges decide to take it off the mark for the walk, or whether they take it off the pirouette. Whatever they do, they won't take it off both movements. They're only going to penalise that little loss of confidence, or whatever it may be, anticipation, once. They'll never penalise twice in movements for the same problem. Quite a neat change, correct. So I'm slightly asking myself, were those quicker steps or were they longer steps? The person who really will be able to judge those will be Ernst Top at B. We can't actually see the scoreboard from here, so it's impossible to see whether he gave a slightly different mark from the two judges here at the short end of the arena at C. Another really pleasing change. You know, there's a lot to like about this horse. They look a good partnership, a lot of harmony. In my opinion, he would be the best of the Polish riders so far. That was very unfortunate. I shouldn't have spoken quite so soon, should I? He made a really good job of that horse, I thought. He won't be the greatest mover, but he got the best out of it. And we're looking for horses that are correctly trained to enhance their natural ability. So I don't think the horse, as I say, got the most flamboyant paces, but you know what he was doing was really pretty pleasing to watch. He won't be troubling the leaders, but certainly as far as Poland are concerned, he's upheld their honour well. Now then, we return for the next horse to Sweden. Teresa Veckland, who we've already seen, the first one in this morning on Visera. She's now going to come in with Diabolique. Although this horse is still quite young in terms of eventing, I think he's 9. Last year as an 8-year-old he had some form, not only here but also at Sopot in 3-star. So he obviously seems to be quite a precocious horse with a lot of natural ability to be doing 3-star as an 8-year-old. So let's see what he can produce for these judges here today. Very straight there. shoulder in, that inside hind leg in line of the track with the outside foreleg. Promising medium trot. And she moves fairly fluently into that half pass to the left, horse showing some good crossing. And then again a very fluent change of direction into the half pass to the right. Lovely positioning for that shoulder in. Lovely positioning for the shoulder in, yes. And the shoulder in on that long side does set them up very well for that medium trot across the diagonal, as it puts the horse's inside hind leg underneath it. And if the rider just gives them the time to be straight, it really powers them forward. Push a little bit more for that. A bit similar, the medium and the extended trots, but very light, very elegant and harmonious looking partnership here, which for me that's what dressage is about. Nose a little bit behind the vertical if you're going to be super critical. Watch those hind legs, keeping the walk rhythm. Well done. Now let's see how he takes a hand forward in this extension. Remember to think the ears are going to be the lowest point on a line with his withers, which they are. But where's his nose? It's nearer his chest than Ernst's top. We want him to reach forward. Not very many of these horses can point their front feet very much further forward than the end of their nose. So because he was quite restricted in front or didn't take a hand forward, his steps were a little bit lacking in length. She's making a good job of these. Very easy transition into the canter. They're a very smart, confident partnership. They look a really good pair. And again, you can see this horse is lighter in the forehand. His canter is more uphill than some of the others that we've seen. And you know, here again, we're seeing a pretty smart test. Let's see how the flying changes come off. Correct, but a little bit short behind. It won't be scoring the high marks. It's fine. Really pleasing balance, and again presents that attractive picture on that short side. The nose could come a little bit more forward, but she's had to regain everything back again after that canter down the long side. Just getting a bit short and tight in the neck, but you know, not too much that the judges can complain about, because that hind leg is still stepping well under his body. Yeah, just not the crispest and cleanest, but better than the first one. Now look for those 12 strides down that long side. Really open him up. And then she needs to sit him back on his hindquarters. Well done, good. So she comes through that turn in the collected canter, not using the end boards to get him back. Very nice work, good partnership, a lot to like. You wonder why he's got the name Diabolic. Diabolic, you wonder what. Diablo or something, sounded a bit wicked, but he's really been a good boy there.
No i być może będziemy mieli nowego ubierać na wszystkie loty, nowego bliżej 40 punktów, DC Wigton ze Szwecji. Musimy oczywiście poczekać na aktualne metody wedługę i za chwileczkę pojawiamy się na placu nowego kolejna para. Esteban Benitez Valles z Hiszpanii na koniu i cała 28.
Not a lot of change in the order so far, except that Hoshkis, Mr. McManus, has come up into 8th place. Otherwise, it's as they were pretty well. Now we have, coming into the arena for Spain, Esteban Benitez Valle with Pizarria 28.50. I think the last horse could possibly be up somewhere in the top 10. That started off really well, and then suddenly the horse caught sight of something and lost his rhythm, which was bad luck. Nice fluent half pass there, and quite a pleasing changeover. At the moment, Esteban is lying in 10th place with Nexus, his previous horse, so he's showing some good form at the moment. Pleasing positioning from that shoulder in and maintaining the rhythm. And that looked a really fluent transition out of that shoulder in into the medium trot. I liked that. Again, showcase your horse down that short side. Put the judges on their mettle to give you some good marks. Very fluid, supple ground cover. And really use the corner there at M. Helps to put the horse's hind leg underneath him. Put the horse down the outside rein. Use these corners wisely. They're there for you to take advantage of. Just a bit inactive, and you could see that left hind leg not being able to stay under the horse's body. So I'm afraid that wasn't really a clear directive as to what's required from that walk pirouette. You want the hind legs to take the weight, stay under the body, and couldn't just quite manage that. Like the medium walk, extended walk, sorry. It's quite warm here in the commentary point at Stragon, but the weather is fabulous and everywhere looks so beautiful. Just keep the walk active. You can see again, he just can't keep that hind leg under his body, but he kept walking. Wasn't quite. Oh, what happened there? Better one than the first one. Now here we come into this counter. Keep the balance. Keep the rhythm. Keep the stride the same. Flying change was correct. Maybe a little bit small. but better to go for safety if you thought you were in the danger zone there. And here we go again on this counter-canter. On the whole, the horses today have managed this very well. In fact, I think the standard has been quite high, which bodes very well for the forthcoming Europeans. Away we go there. He's an elegant rider. Well, he's going to come in, I would have thought, with some fairly good marks. Lots of highlights, one or two little mistakes. And nice to see him take his top hat off at the end of the competition. Yeah, a lot to like there. Well, my monitor went off for a few moments there, but I'm quite certain that Esteban will be bringing in some more good marks there. And we come now to Karen Donkers once more with Fletcher van Verhoef. And at the moment, according to my list, which hasn't got everybody in there, she's lying in 8th place. I have a feeling she may drop down the order a little bit with Iris, but she's never one to be left out in the cold. I think Karen's ridden in 6 Olympic Games. Oh, we're getting from Chris Ryan, we're getting her record. Sydney, Barcelona, many games. Just trotted into the halt there. Active and forward. Holding the position in the shoulder in pretty well there. Very light, active, medium trot. And good positioning at the start of that half pass, with the shoulders certainly in a good position to present the horse around her inside leg and get that quality of the half pass, with the bend showing the suppleness and ease with which this horse can perform that movement. From where I'm sitting, I just wondered if she was a little slow to establish that angle and positioning for the shoulder in. But she's going to be pulling some marks out of these judges, there's no question about it. Really light on the ground. Maybe a little bit wide behind. By that we mean the hind legs are a little bit wide, not closed up enough. But who's going to be able to see them from the angle? We're maybe at a slightly privileged angle from some of the judges. Very relaxed into the walk. possibly could be a little more closed up. Kept that walk rhythm. Would have liked to, for the 9s or even a 10, why not? Like to have seen him stay more up in his frame. You know, 10 is only excellent, it's not perfect. At one stage it used to be excellent. But it's always possible to give those higher marks. Real ground cover and swing in that walk. I think Ernst Top will be liking this test. I hope the other judges do too. Just getting a bit low and deep in the medium walk. Just again for the bigger marks, let's have a little bit more snap marching in that walk. A bit more snap and activity in those pirouettes, which then would fulfill the requirement better of that movement. But gosh, she's an experienced rider and she'll be riding what she feels this horse can give. Wow, fabulous transition. As a rider, Karin, certainly playing to this horse's strengths and making the most of them, and just accepting a few weaknesses here and there to actually do a really good job of this 3-star test. Again, a lovely change. You know, you are watching a very talented rider here. Oodles of experience. Brings out so many of these lovely horses. I'm not surprised. And I think once or twice they could have just maybe been a little bit more generous. She seems happy with that. Now the last of the Polish riders in this CCI 3-star, my apologies. Mariusz Kledniuk, who we had earlier today on Justice, this time riding Loretta. No doubt Mariusz will be hoping to improve his placing with Loretta from the placing he's got on Justice at the moment, who is, I'm afraid, in 24th place. But he's had the experience of coming into this arena already. So I'm sure he's going to be coming and producing his best shot with this mare. I'm not too sure how much form at 3-star this mare's got, or this combination. So this might be quite a step up for them. I haven't seen the cross-country yet, but I believe it's an imaginative course with plenty out there to jump. Bold entry. Very relaxed in the halt, could just stay up in his carriage. Her carriage, sorry. Not always just through to that supple contact. We've seen one or two of these moments where the horse isn't actually taking that hand forward. You can see the nose saying, blah, 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 blah. Don't, oops, don't do that. That became rather costly. Started off in a fairly promising way and then suddenly dried up as I think the mare saw something in the distance that took her eye and decided she wasn't really going forward to face not only the contact but whatever the dragon was that she saw somewhere down by K. Needs more fluent bend into those half passes on both reins. I remember earlier I said that I'd love to see those martingale stops off the reins, particularly in a situation like this where the mare is not really through to the contact. Oh, there's also a dragon there at F, a much more ferocious dragon than the one at K. Rider's nightmare, poor chap. Hopefully there isn't a dragon at M as well. But those martingale stops where there's a little problem with the contact here, they really just give a marker to the judges to say, look, it's actually worse than it really looks. Potentially a good walk. Yeah, more relaxed now. A little bit of a turn on the centre there. The horse described a circle rather than took the weight in the hind legs. But I don't think Marius had got much chance to do anything else, just to keep the lid on this rather tense little mare today. Didn't put too much pressure on. They can only ride what they feel, however much they can do with this. This mare is really a little unsure of her surroundings here. So he's having to sit fairly quiet and hope this dragon doesn't jump out of K. Got that one a little tighter, that pirouette, a bit more closed up. But there's something quite nasty down there, isn't there, in the mare's mind. Okay, down that short side. But you can see and feel the tension, can't you? Steps getting a bit short. And I would like to suggest that he's not got the best size in those loops. They won't be very even. And the change was not on the aids, not what he was planning. I wonder if the sun on the fence down there just caught the mare's eye the first couple of times. Sometimes you just don't know what's going on in their heads. It's looking a little short and tight, this canter, but he's doing a good job. In his mind, he's got to cut this arena into 4 equal loops. That came off, it was correct. A little bit angled, but he did his best. And the sequence in the flying change was correct for him. So he's going to get 6 for that. Looked pretty straight down that long side. And she just seems now to be settling more into her work as the test's coming to an end. But good for him if he can finish on a more confident note. And the mare just gets a little bit more relaxed and settled and goes out of this arena in a more confident manner than she came part way through it. So that's the last competitor today for Poland. We just have another couple to come through. Kirsty Johnston from Great Britain and Meryl Brom for the Netherlands. We have WTTL Opposition Sky Law for Kirsty Johnston and Rumour Has It for Meryl Blom. So here we have Kirsty on this very elegant leggy horse. I think this may be possibly his first 3-star. His sire is Mill Law, who's thrown some good event horses in the UK and beyond. And of course her father is well known for breeding some very nice, very elegant horses. Taking her time in this 45 seconds to get the horse settled. Looked quite relaxed in his entry. Not just quite through to a consistently supple contact in that shoulder in. Fair medium trot. I liked the freedom of his shoulders in that half pass, and I liked the changeover. A little tight in the neck, perhaps a little upright, but active and forward. Second medium trot, looked pretty secure. Now comes for the full long diagonal in extension. And you can see there definitely is a difference, which is what the judges are looking for. Gave herself plenty of time there to walk. So hopefully she's feeling very confident that this walk part of the test will go well. A little tension in the mouth, you can see that opening and closing a touch. Fine. A great desire to really open up in that walk, and if Kirsty could just be brave enough, which may not be possible, to allow him a little bit more frame, he'd be in for a really super mark there. Just need the riders to aim for shorter, higher steps in the same rhythm. Oh, he lost his quarters a little bit in that pirouette. Quarters swung out instead of being under control and staying under his body. Just be careful that on that counter-canter, she doesn't lose the quality of the stride of the canter. The gap between the hind legs, the division between the hind legs, needs to stay the same throughout the true canter and the counter-canter. And I have to apologise, I slightly looked down. I was watching her on the arena and I didn't check on my monitor because I can't see the flying changes except for on the monitor, because they're behind the judges' box. Now just watch those hind legs, the division between those hind legs, and make sure that they stay the same and really don't shorten on that counter-canter. Oh dear, that was a little bit ahead of what Kirsty was planning. So it wasn't on the aids, he was a little bit jumping the gun there. So she's giving it all she's got down that long side in the extension. Can't just keep his hindquarters totally underneath him for the transition back. Looks very straight on the centre line from where I am. And the halt looks fine. So quite a few highlights in that test. One or two little mistakes. But I think she'll be very pleased because it'll be a big jump up. And these gangly tall horses, you know, take time to develop the strength and the carrying power. And they do need to be physically strong enough to just take themselves through these tests. And I think that there'll be a lot more to come with that horse. Watch him in a year or two. Anyway, we come to the last combination today. Merrill Blom, rumour has it, really experienced combination. So this is going to be the final test of today here at Stregon for this CCI 3-star. Now for our final rider down the centre line here for the Netherlands, Merrill Blom. Rumour has it. Falling a little bit to the right in that hold, but really on the whole pretty confident. Shoulder into the right, look for the 3 tracks. Balance, positioning seemed pretty good. Quite a powerful medium trot. All the time the horse flowing freely forward. And a really pleasing bend around Merrill's left leg, sorry. In that half pass, and now to the right you can see that equal curve nose to tail. Oh, I think a fly got in his ear there. I hope they're pleased with this test. I hope they're giving us some good marks. Something you can really enjoy. Light over the ground. Lots of extension and ground cover in a very clear, good rhythm. Sun is catching on her hat all the time. It looks as though she's got flashing lights on it at times. Came a little big. We've seen some better ones than pirouettes than that, and then he lost the rhythm in the walk. Had a little jog there. Quickly retrieved. Just slightly reluctant to stay out at the end of the contact and carry his own head forward and out, ducking behind the contact. But the steps and the regularity and the purpose were pleasing. But he needs to stay to the contact. Again, tension in this walk. They'll have been quite expensive. And she's done that pirouette pretty quickly after she's passed the centre line. Clever gamesmanship there to avoid too much walk where she was having the problems, because until the walk tour, everything's gone pretty well. A bit free in the canter if we're not careful, but she's an experienced competitor, knows the horse. Coming up for the flying change, which was correct. Maybe a little free. Just like to see perhaps a touch more collection. Like to transition back to at the end of the long side. But I'm just asking myself, is he bowling on a little bit freely? For the, you know, I mean, he's doing well, but, you know, to score the really high marks. I preferred the trot to the canter, personally. Yep, okay. I think he likes this bit where he's really onward bound down that long side. Coming down for the final line in this CCI 3-star here at Stregon, into a good halt. I'm very pleased with her horse. A lot to like. Very experienced combination. Competed in Rio Olympics, and so tomorrow, not tomorrow, Saturday, this cross country should be child's play to him. So that is the last test, as I said, for the day. We start again tomorrow with the CIC 3-star Nations Cup competition. You will be able to look up the results online, because at the moment we don't have access to them in our studio. So I'd welcome you back tomorrow, and I hope you've enjoyed today's live streaming. And I also hope you're encouraged to come to the Europeans here in August, because everywhere is looking absolutely super. And I know the preparations are very well in hand for a wonderful European Championship here at Stregon. So thank you for listening, and look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow.